Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I'm doing some bug crushing and adding some new content today. We've got a team meeting in about 40 minutes. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one. I want to jump straight into it. I'm doing a bit of a bug fix at the moment on a polygon collider thing, so you can check that out. Yeah, maybe we'll do some Steam demo setup today. Might be difficult to do it on stream, but we'll see how we go. All right, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. We got Swizz is here, Eben Chadneza is here, Voidplane Games, Saravati, welcome. And anybody who's watching on YouTube, big welcome to you as well. So, yeah, I think we just jump straight into it, personally. This is what I'm working on. I'm trying to develop a system that replaces an existing system that I have for collider boundaries. So this here, right now, I'm using polygons. Edge colliders, and I want to use polygons instead. That's it. So what I'm doing is trying to automate it. So layer equals that. And then that should do that. Let's see if it works. Hey, there it is. Cool. So I should be able to just delete that and save it, and it'll just work. Ah, this is a prefab. So I don't need to do anything here. I don't need to add this procedurally. That's a silly thing to do. Hello. So the logic here would be something like take the left and right edges, build the polygon out of the left and right edges. I think that's it. Oh, thanks for watching. I'm a little insecure about them, to be honest. They weren't getting many views, and I found, I think the second one towards the end was a little bit I felt like it was a little bit tedious, but that's only because I've recorded each of those videos twice. So I've recorded 4 of those videos. It's really just 2 episodes, but I've recorded each one twice, edited them twice, which is a little bit, you know, it's a lot. What the hell just happened? Polygon. So if I do this, now I check the polygon, does it have the points that I would want to see? Nope. Because they start with 5. How else would I determine that this was... I guess if it's not a trigger, that's what I would do. No, that would create an override. I guess I could say if the first point is 0, 1. Hey, Gregod. I did a little bit of databases. I did SQL. I think I might have failed it, but I did it. I was really... Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, when I was doing databases, I was a little bit preoccupied, I guess. With a couple of other subjects that I preferred. And it was just a point in my life where I just sort of lapsed in concentration, I guess. When it came to my studies, there were certain things that I really cared about and other things that I didn't care about at all. And it didn't matter to me, you know, that I wasn't putting as much effort into other subjects until I failed that one. And then I was like, oh, okay, I need to pay attention now. This is my fault. I felt guilty. So I had to do like a summer class to make up for it. So yeah, I think the problem with databases for me was that when we learned it, dude, I actually am I'm totally gray. There's grays everywhere in here. It's like super duper. Like, look, all of this is gray. That's not like the light. That's my hair. See all that? All gray. This. Yeah, dude. I actually am. So yeah, I just didn't like the way we were learning it. It just felt contextless. It just felt like learn a bunch of stuff, but there's no reason why. Like, we didn't have any fun projects that we used the databases, like that we used the database knowledge to build, you know, like we didn't build anything. It was just like write a bunch of queries, you know? Yeah, that's unfortunate. So I need to write some logic to update these polygons on every single scene in the whole game, which is not amazing. I think I know where I can do it. In the library editor, I think I have some scripts here that go to, do we go to every scene? Is there everywhere that I say for every scene? Oh, here we go. Not quite. For each scene meta, sync causality. Close. No, not that one. Run word count? Nope. Go through every scene in every scene meta. Open each scene. Find the level scrolling bounds. I think it's called scrolling camera boundary. If it exists, call setup polygon collider. Scrolling camera boundary. So, let's ask GPT to do this. Build out this function. I know what I want to do here. I could fumble my way through trying to do it, but it's not necessary. Let's see if it's got it right. For each update scene bounds.guid. Okay, update scene bounds. Updated is false. Scene meta. Yep. 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 Perfect. Beautiful. It even added the button for me. Cool. All right, you ready? We're gonna do the big update. So what I'm trying to do is automate. Currently, this polygon doesn't exist on most of the colliders in the game, most of the screen bounds. So the screen bounds are currently set up with these polygon, like these edge colliders, but I want it to be a polygon. I'm tired of it being an edge collider. So what I'm currently doing is just, I want it to update this polygon. I want it to add the polygon, find the edges, and then envelop them, and then just use that as the internal bounds for the camera. So there's one more thing I want to do. Polygon, scrolling, camera boundary. So hello. So it's a tough one. The idea here is I want to go like all of the points from left edge, add it. Then I want to add all of the points on the right edge, going backwards. So we've gone down the left edge and then up the right edge, which is good. But I want to make sure that hey Robin, make sure that the points, the top edges on either side are flat. I don't know how I do that. I guess I think for now I can't do that. I think I just have to accept what I get here and then manually update it. All right, we're going to press the big button. It's going to do this for every single scene that we have. Actually, I think we might be able to do this. Nah, let's just go for it. I'm gonna go for it. Anything we need to commit before we do this? What have we got here? Level scrolling bounds, Anvil Forge menu, prefab, item view compressed. Those should be staged. Data library editor, camera boundary, little forge menu requirement listable. Those should be staged. Text stroke, that definitely should be staged. These should not be staged. This should not be staged. Pillars learning site should be staged. Or instead, that's a lot of additional stuff. Magnus Workshop. I mean, we could stage that one, but I don't think Orenstead should be. This one should be staged too. Fine, stage that. Fine, stage that. Fine, stage that. Okay, you can keep those two. You can keep that. You can keep that. You can keep that. Okay. So, this is updates Forge menu to allow to show requirements. Current inventory counts against requirements. Commit that. And then this is updates scrolling camera boundary and prepares for game-wide refactor with polygon collider. All right, you ready? I'm going to push the big button. Update all level bounds. Go. This might take a lot of time. Less time than I thought it would. It's moving pretty quickly. Hey, Swaggins. Please update. It's going through them. It's like every single one in the game. I think we've gone through like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's like easily. It'll go through the couple hundred within a minute or two. It's been almost 2 minutes. So let's see if it lasts the next 10 seconds. Yeah, it's getting through them. This is one of those. I am using Fork. That's right. For art assets, it's super easy because I'm doing pixel art. So all of the art is like kilobytes big, which means that I don't need like large file storage. There's no files in the project over 100 megabytes. It's just most of it's like under a meg each. So it's super easy. So, okay, here we are. Found ourselves in this scene here. And I'm assuming we got everything. I'm not sure how many errors we created on the way. But let's have a look and see if the level scrolling bound includes now a polygon. Yes, there it is. So hopefully that works just everywhere automatically. We may have to do a full-on playtest to make sure that it all works, but the hope is that we get something that is just a nice rectangular polygon for a lot of these scenes, but then on the irregular scenes we should get like more interesting shapes. So level scrolling bounds, polygon. Yeah, see, that's not right. it didn't account for that should work. I mean, that's correct. This maybe should have been local position. And so we have to go again. Let's do it again. Click. Hmm. 2 minutes. 2 minutes later. It's really, I find the psychology of programming to be one of those things that can be so fiddly because, or pesky. Because for me, like working on this game of like 8 years or whatever, 9 years now, there are lots of things in the game that I treat like as if I had a house with a bunch of rubbish in it. Like I was a hoarder and I've got all this stuff in the house. Like, oh man, I've got files and files that are old and don't work or stuff like that. That's like the mental, psychological fear. But because it's in a computer, you can just write a script that does an operation hundreds of times and it will take 2 minutes to do. Like I don't have to like move house to do this task, you know, but my brain thinks, oh, there's 200 scenes and there's all these edge colliders and what am I gonna do? But it's like, no, you could just, you just write, dip, 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 go. You know, like our brains are just not designed to think about things in orders of magnitude. You know, we are evolved to count things that we can hold in our hands. So it always tricks me, like how easy some things are. If you want to change how something works across the whole game, you just do it. You have to define the logic for how you will do it, but that took me 2 minutes, you know. It didn't take long to write the code, especially with the ChatGPT. Like I barely needed to think about it. I just looked at it and went, yeah, that's the right solution. That's how I would do it. Press the button, go. Crazy. Now, I think because this says points equals points to array, we don't have to clear it every time. So hopefully that's okay. Yeah, some people who are like engineering brained don't have a problem like that at all. No, renaming projects are fine. Yeah, like some people are very good at thinking in scale and are very, I use the word aggressive. It's something that I have a problem with, which is and I think that you could divide all people this way. There are people who like to take a thing and expand out. And then there are people who like to take a thing and refine in. My brain is this way. A lot of people are like this. I've got a cousin who's like this. He's very wealthy. And that's because all he likes to do is expand the frontier of the things that he is in control of. He starts new businesses all the time. He doesn't mind so much the details. He just does new things. He gets bored if he's sitting on the one thing for too long. Whereas I sit and I color in the edges of my one little business, you know, and I sit here and I just spend years and years and years on the one thing, polishing my little diamond. And I noticed this when I'm playing like Age of Empires or like other games where you build stuff. Like it took me a long time to appreciate that, like, if you are microing around like 5 units so that they don't die, and maybe they have a really good KD. You know, maybe these 5 units kill 10 of the enemy units. Like, they're really good, right? That you did such a good job microing them. But if the other guy, in the meantime, built 60 units, it doesn't matter that my 5 killed 10. Like, so what? He's got so many more. So I should be focusing on quantity more than quality in this area, right? Because it doesn't matter ultimately that most of my guys are killing more than they are dying against, or killing more than they're dying, because I should be producing more than he's producing. Yes, this matters if we're producing equal numbers, but not in the other case. So it's just a funny quirk of logic. And I think people in general, I think like most people are one or the other. And I think we need both kinds of people. I think it's totally fine that some people like to do it one way and some people like to do it the other. Because in the world, we need explorers and we need people making sure that everything is good at home. And I just happen to be the one who's typically focused on making sure everything's good at home. But I need to grow out of that. It's like breadth and depth. I mean, I'd like to think I was like that. I don't know. In some domains I am, in some domains I'm not. So we got this right. The local position was the correct way to define this, and it's looking pretty good to me. My only concern now is that, this doesn't work. Oh no. Crap. This whole solution is not going to work automatically. As a camera boundary, this is great. It's actually perfect. However, this was previously, when I was just using the edge colliders, I was also using it to stop the player leaving the boundary. But if it's a collider, then it will be colliding with the player every frame. So I can't use this to do that. I can't use this to stop the player moving left or right. Unfortunately. I would need to make it a collider that had, like, in order to make it hollow, I would need to do this. If this is my level space, I would need to add a little hole right here and go like this to make it work. Which, I mean, it's possible. But I really don't want to have to do that. That's a really annoying way to create it. Maybe at runtime, we could do some sort of logic pass over it so that the way it's serialized is like this, but at runtime it gets the box. Well, I already have the line colliders. They're already there. This is what I used to have. And I was trying to make it a polygon collider because I was a bit annoyed at the fact that I had vertical bounds that I wanted to keep as well, but now I need 4 edge colliders, and something about 4 edge colliders feels really weird. Like, it just doesn't seem right. Like, is this the top, or is like this the top? Like, it just seems like this is definitely a polygon that I'm describing, so I should use a polygon collider. But yeah, now that we have the polygon collider, now we have it, it doesn't feel right. Maybe we leave it like this. And then on start, we can say box, add polygon collider and envelope. But that's not going to work either. That's not going to work either. I suppose... Instead, what we want to do is... Oh, man. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It's almost like what I want to be able to do is continue to author this as the left and right edges, and then just have the polygon constantly sewing it up at the end. You know? Like, in order to do this, I would take the left edge points and I would bring them up or whatever. And then I would go to these and then force the update and do that. Then I don't need the top and bottom edge. I'm just always working in left and right. And that's it. The only issue there would be if I needed to... Yeah, exactly, Unless Games. That's what I was thinking of doing. Someone said mesh with inverted normals, apply collider to it. Yeah, everyone here right now agrees on the solution of like adding a bounding box around it, but I'm also realizing that I don't necessarily want to do that either. Here's my problem. We have a meeting in a second, but I'll just see if I can quickly explain this. So it's like, this is the boundary that I care about, let's just say. I want this to not be the collision space, because I want the player to be able to run up against the edge and then collide out here. But I also do want this to be the camera boundary. So I don't want the camera to be able to break out of this box. Meaning, if I add a thing like this, and then like slide it in like that, if I do that, this will be the boundary. I don't want that to be the boundary. So now I need two definitions. I need a thing that's just this, that we can use to determine where the camera can go, and then a thing that's like this to block the player inside of it. And it feels like we don't need to serialize that. It feels like we can do this at runtime, this extra bit. And in fact, given that I've already got edge colliders that are already doing this, why not just let this be what it is already and resolve the polygon collider by doing that every time on load? You know? Like I already have two definitions. If I'm going to make two more, it feels like why not just use the ones I've got? The only concern here would be that I can't do this if I really want. I can't stop the player from looking down into, like in this context, the camera wouldn't allow the player to look down. And then from here, you wouldn't be able to look down beyond this point. That feels a little bit like an edge case. Right now, like 99% of the levels are perfectly okay to have flat tops and bottoms. What am I doing here? What does it matter now then? This really sucks. All right, let me check in with my team. So, Monkey Desi says, "Hey Adam, I'm wanting to be a solo game dev like you, but learning coding, music, and art is so overwhelming. How do you do it? It took a lot of time." You duplicate the authored polygon and add it to a larger bounding box as a whole programmatically. Sure. Same distance, same difference. Like whether the way that we create that extra box or whatever is irrelevant in this context. It's more about the logistics of what happens when we have a box with thickness that's inverted so that there's a gap here and solid here, and whether or not that plays nice with the way that I'm actually setting it up, which it doesn't. Even if from the collider perspective it works, it doesn't work from the boundary perspective because it adds a boundary that's wider than what I want. So yeah, you don't have to be a solo dev. First of all, you can work with a team, you can work with people and have the skills that you want to have. If you want to be solo, make smaller games and set lower boundaries, lower expectations, and build the skills over time. Okay, so we have a meeting. Let me just check the time, make sure. I'm pretty sure it's at 2. It is, and it's an Anim team review at the moment. So I've spoken to them all through the week. I can just check in with them really quickly. I'll let them answer. Have you thought about using splines? I mean, it's not really, there's no real difference between a spline and an edge chain in this case, except for the control points and making it smooth, which I don't want. This is really more of a logistics issue, and it's a problem that we've had across the game basically since using tile sets. It's just one of those things where you have this thing, and you kind of want the camera to like stay within the gameplay space. You don't really want the camera to go out into this solid space, but you can't use this, unfortunately, to say, hey, like, camera, don't go anywhere here. You can't really do that, especially because the level geometry doesn't include a left and right bound. Like, how do I describe this as the edge of the level? I can't. So I have to manually author something that determines where those boundaries are. And I think it probably, yeah, invisible walls is what we have right now. So the current solution technically works exactly how I want it to work. It's just that authoring it is annoying. So I'm trying to consider the ways in which we might streamline this so that we're only defining one shape. But somehow, as soon as we call it one shape, I guess it could be an edge chain instead of a polygon. It could just be an edge collider. Oh, that works. Yeah. Instead of a polygon, it's one edge collider. That's better. Okay. But then the problem comes from the camera knowing how to stay inside. of the edge collider. So when we have something encoded as the left edge and the right edge, like this, left is very clear, right? Don't go left of this line. Anytime you see this line, you can't go left of it. Anytime you go right of this line, you can't go right of it. But a random edge, how do you determine what is inside and what's outside of an edge, right? By calling it left and right, I'm encoding the inside I'm inferring where the inside is based on calling them left and right. But if I just have this unnamed edge, I can't say stay inside of the edge. I can only do that with a polygon. So, and I also can't resolve from a polygon, I can't resolve what left and right edges are here either. Like, if I have the polygon, how do I know that this is too far to the right? Like, it's not too far to the right down here. I can go over here, that's fine. But it's here that's too far to the right if I'm over this line. So I'd have to be able to do some logic to say, like, is my current position outside? But then how do I guess I would draw a line to the nearest point on the chain and say, well, the nearest point on the chain is here. So that's the direction that I'm not supposed to go out in. Or another way to say it would be, if I'm inside and I'm coming up against it, I use the nearest edge to know where I'm. No, but that doesn't work in the corner. Because if I'm here, well, what is the nearest edge? I guess I would need 4 nearest edges. Nearest left, nearest right, nearest top, nearest bottom. And then maybe I'd even need to check the normals of those. Because if there was a corner like this point is, if the camera is here, this is the nearest right. And if the camera is here, now this is the nearest bottom because it's below the camera and it's an edge that's inside the polygon. So if I wanted to try to like move the camera down, I guess it would have to stop here, right? It would get locked here. And in general, I think that's a problem. I do think it's probably fine to do the edge checks like this, right? You just check the distance in the direction from an edge. So this is the left edge, bottom edge, right edge, bottom edge, left edge, top edge. And you just check what is the nearest thing above me, and is that beyond some threshold? And if so, stop. So in a way, you're creating like an invisible bounding box around the camera. That will still work. It's just, I mean, I'm already doing the logic for it, so maybe it's fine. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob, welcome. Nah, I don't want magnetic. Magnetic's no good. We don't want to introduce physics into a problem that's about Boolean logic. No, I think like we already have a solution that works. It's more just about, can I use polygons to create this? Can I use polygons to streamline the authoring process? That's really all it is. Like, this is just so much more easy to look at than this, plus top and bottom edge, which in this case are invisible because I didn't want to involve them, but maybe that's the way it needs to be. Yeah, I think this is a little bit fraught. And I'm just creating problems that I didn't need to have. Wait, what? Yeah, I think it just doesn't make any sense. I think it was fine the way that we had it, and I don't want to touch it anymore. Yeah, the problem is that I'm using the Unity physics to describe it. And so right now, Unity physics is very clear, right? The player physically can't break out of. If I try to go over this edge, you can't break out of it. But if I was using the Unity physics as they are right now with a polygon, the player would be inside the polygon. So they'd be at an invalid position the whole time. Like you would be inside of a wall, basically. It would be the same as being like this. Right? You're just stuck because you're inside of a polygon. So that's, yeah, I think I've pretty much nailed the problem. And I think it's too expensive to try to solve right now. And it doesn't matter. It wasn't stopping me from doing anything. It's just, we had this problem that someone raised on the forum. On the forum, we had someone suggesting, well, I added a little feature recently, and this is where, you know, you add a feature and you think, oh, this is going to be light. So the feature is if you hold the directional buttons up and down, the player can look in that direction. But what that means is there's some parts of the game where the content breaks when you do that. So like if I look down here, maybe I'll hit, yeah, you can see, oh, you can't see it, but hang on. Here, you can see the bottom of the world. So what I was trying to do was use the edge boundaries to stop the player from looking above and below, which makes sense. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward to me, but the problem is that those edge boundaries are currently not really set up to respect the bottom. Like, where is the bottom in this case? Is it literally here? There might be times when I want to contour the bottom, in which case I need the top and bottom edge to be added, which is fine. So now I have this edge too, which is the bottom edge, and then I contour that the way that I want it to. But the way that the boundary works is it uses the bounding box of all of the chains by using the max and the mins. And then what happens is I need to kind of exclude checking the width of this so that it doesn't exclude outside of that. Because actually, like, the left bound should be the one deciding how far out to the left this should be. So now I'm at this point where it's like, well, I've got 4 edges and they all matter in all directions. Why not just make it a polygon? That's how I got here. You know, if you have top, bottom, left, and right, it feels pretty straightforward that you would just, you know, you would just make it one shape so that you couldn't have points violating the boundaries, right? Like this point here, I'd always want this to stay within this line here. If this was points on one shape, we wouldn't have to worry about it. So, I mean, the polygon thing is a cool idea. I'm not interested in it right now. Because there's too many edge cases that make it infeasible. So instead, what I'll do is use the current boundary of the level to determine where we can go. So in this case, like the levels are mostly square. So as long as the blue rectangle here is being respected, the camera won't go into invalid territory. I was breaking up with the polygon. It's not me, Polygon. It's you. It's you, Polygon. Yeah. So, what was the example that the user gave? Like this. This, as long as the blue line is, and it is, above that seam, then this is actually fine. We could use this to stop the camera looking up and down. So let's actually do that. Just confirming though, the current camera position is below that line. So this creates another problem for us where we have to make sure that this point goes below where we want the camera to be able to see. So more authoring. We can't do a global change without having to update local edges, unfortunately. Like, I'd have to then do that. I don't use Cinemachine. I use my own system. This is the confiner. This is, of my system, this is how I do the confiner. So, I mean, that's fine. I just need to make sure that, yeah, that it's working. All right. Don't save, scrolling camera boundary. And then scrolling camera. Ugh. But actually, this is more to do with the main camera behavior, and then like look offset, which this look offset is determined based on this smooth damp. So actually, look offset needs to be essentially clamped. This is smooth mag. What is mag? Magnitude? That's how far we're allowed to scroll. So this magnitude would need to then be clamped within the bounds of the scrolling camera boundary. Damn. I don't want to maintain this right now. I think we just keep it on the back burner then. I can't resolve it. I don't have the time. I know it looks bad. Well, it's just we're monitoring it, or like it's an open issue, but I can't solve it this second. Hey, Quibble Game Dev, welcome. I'm going to try again. Let me just think. If I want this to work at the minimum possible value, then I have to search for the scrolling camera boundary inside of player character on update. And then I have to... No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Yeah. There are certainly problems here. And this becomes very compounding because this is being applied as a flat addition to the camera's position, and the camera is already doing a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right, Davey. I think maybe you're right, but I can see areas where it might be a problem. Like, it's just, right now, it's just like this completely unbounded problem that can just pop up anywhere and everywhere. So it's, you know, it's not a comfortable problem to have. You know, if I go here and I look up, that's broken. If I go here, I look down, that's sort of broken. It's kind of okay. Like, I bet you I can find, and I'm on the hook now for the rest of the game. You know, for the rest of the game, I need to make sure that you can't break it. Which is, it's a lot. So there does need to be a solution that's broader. This is certainly one where, like, what can I do here? You know, what can I do? Extend the art upward? It feels a little... unfortunate. Like, if I could just create a boundary where it just stops where I want it to, no problem. Everything's fine. Like that, no problem. I like the feature. I think people who are like a bit scared of dropping down onto a new platform, getting an extra like meter of viewable content is pretty good. I like the idea of it. It's just, yeah, it should be bound into the level boundary. So for me to know where the level boundary is, this is already a composite. This position is composited from like, oh, hey now Conhesido, welcome. This position is composited from like a big data structure. So adding the offset at the end is very poor form. It should be part of this composite position. And that means that it's probably what I call the platform camera to do this. This determines looking up and down based on physical colliders in the levels. It could even be like an offset to that, or I guess currently I don't have anything that confines the Y position of the camera within anything. So like maybe we could just do it at the end on this, just like confine this position within the level bounds. But even that means that it means I wouldn't be able to look outside of the cutscene. Like inside of a cutscene, I wouldn't be able to look outside of the bounds. It means I wouldn't be able to put a zone camera that just looks off into the distance. It's not great. Well, there is a game object placed everywhere as the boundary. That's what this is. It's just that the question is where in the pipeline for the camera do I inject this? That's the question. And the answer, like I said, it's not simple because I have a composite camera system, meaning there are like 4 or 5 different scripts that do different things to do with the camera. And this feels like something that you would want to put at the very end, just like a clamp at the very, very end, but not really, actually. I think instead, there are times when I want my authorial intent to win over this broad logic. So it means that this should only apply to anywhere where the camera has free control. So I think I have a thing called action camera. So then I guess I could say that and then clamp this within the boundary. Not unreasonable. It just means then that what's going to happen is it's going to try to lerp and it's going to just jerk to a stop, which is not great. What I can do is go to player character, take this look offset stuff, all of this doesn't need to be here, right? This isn't, we don't actually own this stuff. The action camera is a mono behavior, so it can have all of this, and it can have a void update, and then in player character, this can go into void late update, and this can go into normal update. So, and then we can clamp it inside of this. So we can say vector to candidate equals that. And then we can say if scrolling camera dot boundary is not null, yes, clamp inside of that. But actually it's just the bounds. But this get bounds is a little complicated. It's not great. However, is this happening on like the gizmos? What the heck? Absolute left, absolute right. Get bounds has all of this stuff. This feels a little much. So maybe we can get the bounds just once. Bro, I don't need that. There we go. Okay. Done. Sorry. Oh, I haven't seen that. No, I haven't seen that problem. Let's go have a look with player character. Also, we have another meeting coming up. Just making sure that I'm not going to miss it. I think it's on right now. Sound effects 2:30. Cool. So then, just quickly looking at player character, which I just updated. So, update look offset. Set look direction. Where was that being called? Something had to break here, right? Actually, we don't need to do this anymore. But we're not doing anything with. That. Okay, maybe we need to compile. Oh. That's what I want. Ooh. Okay. So this is now. Oh, what is this script? This is main camera. It's engine dot main dot. I think it's just cam, which is a camera. So it's active camera dot action camera set as an action camera. Oh my god, like that. Okay, something's happening. We're not there just yet. Action camera set is not. It does not have an action camera on it. If I go to this and I go virtual camera stack, where does action camera live? Oh, it's a child of this. Never do this. But we need it for now. All right, let's log the offset public vector 2. No, let's just log it. This is action camera. Look offset 0. Could it be that this needs to be inverted? Or is the bounds wrong somehow? Okay, that still works. Perfect. The get component I'm not a big fan of. Okay. So it's good. We just need to make sure we're clamping correctly. And when we look at the bounds, here, let's I mean, you think that clamping within min and max Y, bounds is in world position, right? Pretty sure. So when I do this, it's just going to be a world space thing, right? So let's see what happens. Wait, what? It works now? No, it doesn't. Wait, now it works? I'm not sure. It says it works. Okay, what happens if I take the boundary and I lower it? But it's not the camera position that we need to clamp within the bounds. It's the camera position plus its height. Right? Plus half its height. It looks right. Still no good. Maybe we need to compile that because it's inside of a property. Damn it. Come on. What's going wrong here? So candidate Y plus camera height is greater than bounds Y. Is the orthographic size? I guess it is that. Okay. Then yes. I mean, that's right. So sorry, Elias, if you're watching. I'll be 1 sec. I just don't want to lose the mental thread of what I'm doing. Let's jump straight in to a meeting. If you're there, Squiggy. 1 sec. Am I using Restream? Nope. Okay. Oh, wow. It's not high enough? Actually, we could just say like engine camera.main to orthographic size. Still no good. Well, screen height divided by 2 is camera orthographic size. You're talking about the same things. I think the answer here is that we're doing the inverse of what we need to do. But I don't know why that's the case. Like it's stuck at the top. I guess we just say if candidate Y plus, I mean, I guess camera height is too big at this point. Oh, maybe this should be plus and this should be minus. That can't be right. Huh. All right, we got to leave this here and we're going to catch up with Elias now. Alrighty. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
I've been sleeping in this week, just like not sleeping properly at night and then sleeping way too late. So I'm okay. I feel good today, but a bit confused about why I'm having so much difficulty sleeping.
Yeah, I feel like it's the vibes have been, at least today, has been like weird. I don't know, something about this.
Global. It's everyone's feeling it. All right. Okay, so let's get through what we got to get through. So you've got some mole sounds to play for me.
Yes.
Let's see them or hear them.
So it's a little bit buggy for now,
Uh huh.
but I guess let me. Morgan, I love your music, but
Oh, that's kind of fun. I like the little wow. Yeah, it's cool.
cool. It is playing. There's. I guess I'll just vent about this for a little bit, but
Yeah, go for it.
it's playing the Langston skid sound effect for some reason. I have no idea how,
Oh,
or
okay.
it doesn't sound too out of place, but I'll I'll have to. I'm sure I'll find it.
Some sort of like GUID collision? How is that possible? Maybe the names
I
have the same reference? Like, do they have the same string title?
it shouldn't be because the one is under the mole folder, and
But maybe Fmod doesn't. Maybe when it searches, if the references aren't, you know how it has the thing where it like loses the reference and it shows a little spanner, and then
yeah,
is it
I
doing that
I
at all?
I don't think so. I mean, I can't even find. There's nothing in the mole called skid
Hmm,
or like
that's weird.
I don't know, but it definitely is. And for some reason, the jump is not. I had to turn off the spatializer for the jump sound effect,
Oh,
but we'll work that out.
okay. Yeah, I mean, so far the sounds are good. I like them.
Great. Um, there's one other thing that I wanted to bring to your
Hmm.
attention,
Hmm.
and this was
From the forum.
yeah, you might have seen
Yep.
um, what I think Chartle posted, but yeah, it's the scarecrow is the reason that
Okay.
we get that crash sound when you load into the scene later
So
on in the demo.
maybe if you've already destroyed it on scene load, it just destroys itself immediately.
Yeah, what happens is the crash sound effect is on the explode animation,
Yeah.
and it's playing the explode animation.
Mm.
So
Okay. I'll just make it not do
I
that.
could either like yeah,
It's okay. I'll
I was
just
gonna
do
say I
it.
could either like work around that or you
Nah,
might
it
want to
shouldn't be
just
exploding
make it not.
every time. Let's address the root cause.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's fine by me.
All right.
I appreciate it. Thanks for investigating.
No problem.
Cool.
And you didn't find anything about the cello, right? At least
No, the next
no
time I
sense.
play tested it, it seemed fine. So it could have just been that we were in like an errorful state, and it just meant that lots of things would have broken in the context that I was in at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all good. I think we'll just ignore that for now because there's like that was one of like 6 different bugs that I couldn't replicate afterward. So considering I
Yeah.
couldn't replicate any of them, it might have just been that the game was like throwing a bunch of null pointer exceptions and just not reading through the code properly.
Cascading somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. Okay. So for
Well,
you,
that's
for moving forward, do you have much else for the rest of the week?
yeah. I still had need to do some cleanup on the Langston
Yep.
and uh, fix all of the loose ends,
Yep. That's fine.
and then there's the gecko to work on next.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your week. I'll catch you on Monday.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Cool. And that's actually the last meeting we have for today because Morgan is sick at the moment, so she won't be able to be joining us. Which means we get to lock in, chat. Lock the hell in. So, let's go bug fixing. And then it's a little bit not great that we're doing guesswork here. So, is he your friend or employee? I would say somewhere in between those two. He's a contractor, and he is also, I would say maybe my friend. We're friendly. He lives on the other side of the world, so it's hard to be like friends. We can't hang out, but he's a cool guy. So, I think that we should log this. So it's saying clamping camera above. Candidate Y is -2. Camera height is 3.6. Well, camera height can't be 3.6. It just needs to be the normal orthographic size. But that should definitely clamp it. Are we friends? Yeah, I mean, as friendly as you can be without, like, you know, I have trouble. No, I didn't say we're not friends. I just like, it's a different class of friend. It's like internet friends, which, you know, there's like, I don't know how you class internet friends amongst like friends that you know in person and can hang out with. mod with benefits. You know what the problem is with the friends thing? I think like none of my friends have like business relationships with me or responsibilities relating to my business. Hey, Catchy Mike, how's it going? Thank you so much. So like, because there's like duties involved, friends is like, it's probably not the term I would use. It's more like colleagues. But I think I like to be friendly with all of my colleagues. I don't know how else to describe it. A friend would be someone who I don't have any, like, who I have contact with, but there's no reason business-wise to be contacting them. It's just like we're just friends. You know what I mean? And those things aren't tiered. It's not like being a friend is better than being a colleague. It's just the nature of the relationship. All right. So the current camera position is definitely above. If you add half the height, like, let's check it out, right? There's the camera. And I mean, interestingly enough, like the camera size here is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Like the actual camera size is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 point. It's 640 pixels tall. Even though the camera size is 640 by 360, how can that be? How is that possible? The size is 1.8. It's got to be orthographic size times 2. Right? Yeah, it has to be. I'm just so confused about that. astonishingly good. Oh, wow. That's very, very... That's very kind of you. Wow. You know, if everybody who playtested it said it was astonishingly good, we wouldn't be doing any edits right now on the demo. We'd just be powering ahead. If I could get a publisher to say that, could you frame that phrase so I can send it to a publisher? Can we just... I just need to I just need to screenshot this so I can put it on my computer somewhere. I can put it as my desktop background. Astonishment is that's a big word to use. Hey, Oldham. It's astonishingly good. Jeez Louise. My poor ego. It can only inflate so much. No, I struggle, dude. I don't know if I think the game's got a lot to still live up to. Wow. Coming from someone who's German, yeah, you guys don't overstate. I can bring the ego down if you want. No, leave it. I need it, actually. I'm not feeling great today. I need the boost. Okay. So, let's read this. The camera's candidate Y position is negative 2.2. Okay. Now, that's weird because what's negative 2.2? Where is 0 in this level right now? Pardon me. Let's just create an empty game object and put it at 0, 0. That's 0, 0. So if I go down to negative 2.2, that's where it says the camera is. That's not where the camera is. Negative 2.2? What is that? That's nowhere near where we are. That's the bottom of the camera, maybe. That's the camera position. And actually, the bottom of the camera is all the way down here. So what is negative 2.2? I guess this action camera is not really... It has an orthographic size of 0 as well. So I think we're in the wrong place. That's the problem here. It's nothing to do with the logic. It's just that the job of this camera is to look at this dot, and that's where it thinks the position is. String interpolation. Only losers use string interpolation. Why does text need to be money? You know? That doesn't make any sense. Whereas this VCAM position is 0.86. Negative 0.86. That's where I'm expecting the camera to be. So, okay. Let's take everything here and ship it back out. So, all right. I'm going to take pretty much this man's whole career. And cut it. Thank you, Catchy Mike. I appreciate it. No, I really mean it. Thank you so much. Okay. Multi-influence camera, action camera. It's a little tough here because it's not really what I want. How does it know when we have the action camera? It takes the Y of the platform camera and it takes the X of the scrolling camera. And then what does it do? Let's just undo all the changes we're about to make. So ortho size is 0. That's not a big deal, actually. And it uses the scrolling camera's X, the platform camera's Y, plus platform camera offset dot Y. And offset is what? Just some variable here. So when we go to platform camera, offset is 0. Okay. So then how does this know where its position should be? It doesn't really know where its position should be. Does it have an offset on its own? It has an indoors offset and an outdoors offset. So does it just add 1 to the camera? And then what about this multi-influence camera? That's not doing anything right now. It's taking 1 and 3. If I set this to 0, 2, 3, 1, doesn't matter. So then I'm a little confused about how we get the game to be so wonderfully positioned. So this dialogue has offset animation dot value. Offset animation is essentially going to be 0 at the beginning. So I imagine this is all going to be 0. So it's just the position, and that position is going to come basically directly from Virtual Camera Manager. Thank you so much, Catchy Mike. The Primogen Jr. Hey, the Primogen Jr. says, I think it's lame that Prime didn't call Adam for his built-in 7 days social media company. I don't mind. I think Prime doesn't owe me anything. I don't even know he was doing something new. But my relationship with Prime and using pixels, like the stuff that they do is really cool, but like it was relevant for me to work with them for the tower, and they're under no obligation to like find specific reasons to have me be involved in the things that they're doing. Like, you have to understand those events are kind of like mini businesses, you know. And so I want those events to succeed, and those events could not succeed if every single person they knew was invited to come on. So yeah. No, you can support over Pride. Yeah, for sure. That's no problem. Thank you so much for your support. Not wrong at all. That's a great way to support the stream. Yep. Yeah, I hope it goes well for them. Original cast member? That's nice. I appreciate it. Well, it'll just mean that the next time they do one, when I'm involved, it'll be like the gang getting back together. I like that. So I'm still not sure what's going on here with this action camera. How do we get, if I just take all of this stuff and get rid of it all the way to here, and then we bring you back, that gives us the camera somehow exactly where we want it to be. So I guess the way that it's doing it is, I mean, I just want this, like whatever this position is, if I log it, I'm expecting that. So it's negative 2.31, right? Which is not a great position. Negative 2.31 puts us right on the floor. And then I guess right now we have this virtual camera manager, which is supposed to be a generic thing. It's not supposed to have these things in it. Like, it shouldn't know anything about indoors, outdoors, anything like that. So instead, I think we need to pass this back to the action camera. See you, Kachi Mike. It's like listening to Down and Up, but not imagining Alexander Volkanovsky. The Volk's making a comeback, man. Everyone on the Volkswagen. All right. So, I mean, I'm guessing that this one, it puts us higher up, right? If I take this and make it -1, that's not the camera position though. So the camera's actual position, where it wants to be, is -1.6. So how do you get from 2.31? I mean, you minus 0.5? No. Sorry, plus 0.5. That's -181. So why does it want to be at -161? Where does that extra little bit come from? Oh, it's 0.7 is the outdoors offset. So we take this number here and we add that plus 0.7. We take -2.3. I think I got it right. Plus 0.7, and that gives us 1.6. Okay, so it's literally just this shouldn't be here. This character offset, which is being used here. If engine, active camera, action camera set equal. Yeah, this is terrible. This bit here and this bit here should live in the action camera. I think. I hope. So let's make that change and cross our fingers. So right now, they're both 0.7, which is, it makes it seem like there should be it's a good opportunity to just have it be a set offset. So vector to offset. So then we just say candidate plus equals offset. We'll call this like base offset, or even just, yeah, that's fine, offset. So this is 0 vector to dot up times 0.7 f. Does that work? Will that allow that? I hope so. So plus equals offset, and then we can bring all this back in, and then back over in virtual camera manager, I think we can just kind of turn all this off. I just think it's dumb to do this. Now maybe I would be making a mistake by adding this position here, but I'm gonna just go for it. I want to expand and simplify. I want to simplify this thing down. So I'm hoping that nothing else needs character offset, as far as I can tell. Good. Bad. Not good. But I mean, it's, oh, hang on. Wait, what? Okay. There's no change in the y-axis. Let's bring this back to 0. Go up. Hey, it works. So we can now lock it to the top. The only problem I have is that it's not smooth, so it feels like the game is bumping its head against something unintentional. So instead, what we want to do is reframe this maximum offset to be limited to this look offset. So the amount that we're able to damp towards should be limited by the amount of space we have, rather than we just try to damp up and we hit our head at the top. Alrighty. So then this plus offset does not work. And I don't think we want to clamp here. I think we want to do... We do want to do this. We don't want to do this. Okay. So it's something like this. No, we kind of do want to clamp the whole camera, don't we? We do want to do that. It's just that the magnitude has to be limited. Magnitude can't exceed the amount that the camera can ascend, can move vertically. Let's try that. Yeah, buddy. That's what we want. So you can look up, but it'll always stop. It's not amazing. It probably needs to... I mean, it's definitely smoother, but it's doing a bit of wobbling because I think this, the amount that we are allowed to offset is being smooth damped, and it's shrinking over time as the camera goes up. So it's not amazing, but it's smoother than it was. So now, yeah, hopefully we just don't have a problem with that. It still doesn't feel great. But I don't really know how we would like conceivably make it smoother, because look offset is moving towards magnitude. I mean, we could halve the distance. So that it's sort of just like got like a bit of a glass ceiling, if you will. Let's try. If if we halve the distance, yeah, that's not bad. Yep, I think that's pretty good. Oh, but that's no good. Yeah, so like here's a problem. Like in this scene now, oh, not that one, this one, the height of the scrolling camera bound is, it just happens to be quite low. So like for me to make this work, I need to make sure that the bounds now go up so that they don't block what we're allowed to see. Which, I mean, maybe that's okay. It's just annoying for people. It means that there's going to be a bunch of scenes now that happens to. I could probably inspect it myself based on the thumbnails in the... Yeah, like that's fine to go up a little bit. All right, let's have a quick squiz through. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't look great. It's kind of weird and annoying that the thumbnail now is locked. It's like how the thumbnail looks is now something that we are dependent on. Especially for things where there's parallax. That's really annoying. And I have no solution for that right now. I'll just deal with it. So moving on. Let's see if there are any that will lock the camera inside. Like all these interiors probably will. That's looking okay, that's looking okay, that's looking okay, that's looking okay. It's all actually looking pretty good. That's okay, that's okay. Someone's gonna have to... Davy Jones, you're gonna have to go through all these levels and check that the camera doesn't get locked. I think it's actually probably fine, except maybe even house might be a bit weird now. Oh, it's so cute. That's looking pretty fine, actually. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm marking this one as done for now. We spent way too long on it. I just hope it doesn't affect like cutscenes and things like that. I mean, I probably shouldn't. It should be fine. Hello? Random example here. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Okay. Ship it. Dude, I need to use that desktop system more often. Actually, that was sick. Wait, is there a way to take an application and move it to another desktop? Like just now I did this, right? And now I see nothing on my computer. Can you move an application to a different desktop? That would be sick. Windows has all these features and like no way to interact with them. All right. Okay. So, let's work on some new content. Actually, on my laptop, I was working on a new character. Wait, am I really up to that? I'm up to doing new things today? That can't be right. I'm not allowed to have fun. See ya now, Conocido. Text bugs? Which ones? Dude, FF7 Part 3 at the State of Play? I'm excited. We'll see. Small, easy wins. No, I want to do new things. I need to do important things. I'm not bored. Okay, that's all done. NPCs need a unique Z-axis sorting. That is important, but not that important. Toasts aren't quite right. Check in build. Yeah, I do need to check that. All right, let's have a play. Make a new boss. Oh, we're not that ambitious today. I haven't played the remaster. I'd like to. I'm excited to, but I haven't played it. Okay, so we're looking at toasts right now. Toasts are the notifications that appear in the top left when you get a new item or anything like that. So we got like 10 coins just now. That should hide on its own. Good. We get a new recipe. That won't show up because it was announced. The quality of life makes it playable. Okay, that's exciting. I really like Tactics Advance. I'll give it a go. Okay. Full dialogue and cutscene regarding the Topaz will play again if you speak to Harriet after it originally ends. Skip cutscene is grayed out. I see. What else you got for me? Don't go anywhere. This is just like Harriet stuff at the end of the demo. That's pretty low priority. What about this one? Day 2 dialogue with Maggie. Maybe. Okay. Not this second, though. I want to focus on stuff that's broken. Yeah, but if they've already gotten to that point, they've played the game successfully. Here, like if the new item things are broken, or if there's something they can't proceed through, or a system that doesn't make sense, that's worse. Like I don't expect, like if some dialogue plays twice, the player is not stopped from playing the game, you know? Core camp. That's funny. So that's okay, but I wish it was higher up. It's annoying that it's down the bottom there like that. Oh, I'd like to skip this cutscene. Yeah. I mean, they look a little jittery there, but I'm not really sure what the answer is. I think that's just like long term. I need to just find a solution that's a bit better. I actually have an animation here for Armin that I could use, where he scratches his head. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, you're not, I mean, you're technically not supposed to be able to catch the dog. It's just not a thing you can do. I get it. I know it's a bit weird. And like long term, I suppose I can make it faster. Like if I made it like so absurdly fast that you could just never catch it. Could play it off as a joke. Whoops. Ooh, that's a little bit close. Hugo's dad? All right. I think I've pretty much seen enough here for what I was trying to look for. They're not perfect, but they work for now. So let's see if we can make the dog a little faster. Oh. Sorry, chat. What the hell was that? Okay. Nothing to do with the game, at least. Okay, now you pretty much have no chance. There you go. Just for you. All right. So I think we can look at the Harriet stuff. The concern is that she plays this twice if you talk to her again. Okay, let's fix it. Okay, we need a new one. I'm surprised. I'm sure she had things that she used to say there. Harriet NPC. What does that do? Oh, I can't see which scenes she's in. Oh, that sucks. That seems like an obvious thing that I'd want to do. I don't know what it is about this that breaks every time I do this. Like, I'll import it, I do this, I save it. I mean, allow retriggering completely undoes it. I have to like unclick it and click it again. And then I can say, you're on your own for now. And it's gone again. Why does this happen to me? I mean, I built it. I'm the reason it happens. Clone that, press that, save it. I've said all I can say. You're on your own for now. Save, save, save. No! What the hell? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if I spell it with Harriet with 1 T or 2 T's in the file name for that. Okay, save that and then put that at the end. Done. So now, whoops. This needs for us to have done after math 3 is true. Hey, Flimsy Nimsy, welcome. Skip that. Working on our demo. Not long now. Making good progress. Okay. So, why is she now facing the wrong direction? Is my next question. That's correct. That's correct. Do these have dialogue prompts? Nope. Yo, how's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. I guess we could force it. No, she's facing the right direction every other time. So why this time? Look at that. She's facing, the dialogue's there, but that green box says the picture should be there. I guess. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, well, maybe we'll just close it and try again. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Skip that. That's fine. And then as soon as we try to press on this one. Oh, okay, now she's fine. Good. All right, well, I'm just gonna chalk that one up to being not a real issue. Hopefully that won't replicate itself. I appreciate it, Nimsy. Thank you so much. Okay. Ads. What did I do to this? Okay, that's no big deal. Adds loop of dialogue at the end of Harriet. Sequence at the end of the demo. And then there was also some concern that she says, don't go away twice. It only happens once every time after the first time. Whoa. Now she's gone. Uh-oh. Oh no. Where's number 2 gone? Wait, what? Aftermath to exposition. I think this also needs to toggle. Oh, she's been turned off. And then if I run this, she's off, and then now she's on. Let's double check to see what happens if when we walk over here, does the schedule queue it up twice? No. So then when does it happen? if global schedule doesn't already contain this state, and this state is that, but if I go to this, does it have an equals? I don't think so. Oh, it does have an equals. So then it shouldn't be able to do this twice. Should schedule says the sequence is not null and it doesn't allow player control. Debug.log scheduling sequence. Debug.log. Okay. Oh, so it's after. Okay, let's try that. Potentially a big issue, but it will mean that this won't play twice. Even if you jump. Well, okay, it will. Wait, what? But it shouldn't. What is the goal of this collider? It has a sequence puppeteer and it looks for return. And I guess what happens is at the end of the sequence, she has a thing that says return, which just calls this. When we call this, what the hell? No. No. Not move to navigate. Let's keep trying. We'll get there. I promise. Boom. Boom. Damn it. But navigate to doesn't give you control, surely. It's strange. Damn. All right. Okay. This is dumb and I hate it, but I'm just gonna let it be for now. So it needs to say what am I doing? It's not enabled is false. It's engine.playerCharacter.self-control.add-effector this. It shouldn't disable the character. And then when we're done, we remove effector, and then we don't need this. That's what should be happening. That sucked. Okay, well, we can still do it. And it should still work anyway. Yay! Yay, only plays once. Solved. Again, this could have massive repercussions throughout the game, but updates. Puppet to use self-controlled effectors. Stop sequence players. Retriggering if player has no control. Jeez, I don't know what the consequence of that's going to be. I mean, I guess it's fine. Yeah, okay. I believe it. What about this? Okay. And then maybe in move to play ground control dot run, but can I do walk? We don't have walk. Okay. We could add different walk speeds. Like, I could make it so that if you have an analog stick and you walk a little bit, he walks. And if you push a little bit more, he starts to run. And then he goes into like a full run if you hold the run button down. In fact, going to player input, player character, and this move to think I'll leave that for now. But I'd like for this to be walk. Oof, that's a lot. Yeah, I don't think we'll use that. Not for much, but anyway. Let's hook all these back up again. Sprint. Run. Walk. I'm sure I just dragged something from sprint as well. There's a walk that has run in it. Okay, I guess I never used that. It's not encouraging. Unless it was a duplicate and I didn't notice. Well, we'll find out. Looks like it's not stopping us here. So if we're not using it, then I suppose it's fine. Okay. It's not access bound. Quite a strong dead zone there. That's not going to work. Wow, get access raw gives us nothing until we hit so far over. Maybe rewired is doing something there. Okay. I think for now we leave this one. Just put it back. But then on this, we could do this. Little fast. Maybe the jog is just a bit better for being out in the wild. Yeah, it's not great. Just let it be. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. I'm tired. Also, it says we've been streaming for 9 hours. That's totally not right. It's been 2:53. All right. 45 more follows until we hit 50K. What do we do at 50K? We launch the demo. Yeah, we got 50 unfollowers here in chat. Nah, we can't do that. We can't do that. I'm taking a break. If it crosses the line, we'll do it. But it has to cross the line by the time I get back. Oh no. We still have 43 followers before we hit 50k. Looks like Insignia is cancelled. Let's start a new game, everybody. What are we making? Oh, for a moment I felt a sense of relief. Aw. Wolf Among Us 2? That's just a game you want to play? All right. So we had something that we needed to fix. There was an issue here with the scarecrow where the scarecrow will destroy itself every time you load the scene. It'll explode. Will the scene tool ever be made public? I'd love to make it public. Oh, I really, really want to. The problem is that the team required to work on it is me plus another developer, and he's not really available at the moment. He's kind of doing a bit of a contract job, and I'm very busy. It's really hard. I really want to release it. It just needs maybe another few weeks of work on it, and we just haven't been able to dedicate a few weeks of work on it at any point since we started working on it. Well, since the last time we were working on it, which was like a year ago. What? Well, good. I didn't hear it that time. And it is exploded. Perfect. How's that for a commit message? Fixes scarecrow to not explode on scene load. Is that a Google whack? Sentences that have never been spoken before? Yo, thanks for the follow. Yummy box, is it? Thank you. Okay, on my task list, Roberto Sprite. Yeah, I guess that's next. And then Gluttony Band. Let's do the Gluttony Band. It's time. Gluttony. So it's called a Gluttony Band, or is it a Gluttony Ring? Ring. All right. Et voilà. Neither. I'm actually just releasing it because I am trying to court some publishers and I want to send them the demo and I want that to be available on Steam. I also want to force myself to have a bit more of a public presence. It is a playtest demo, so it's not a demo. It's not just like a free demo. You have to sign up for it, but it is part of the Steam page. So if that comes with extra publicity on Steam, that's great. I have a really cool idea for this, but I'm just trying to figure out how I want it to look. I was thinking the hole in the ring, either this part here could be teeth, or this part here would be teeth. I'm trying to figure out which one I want. Like if it was eating your finger, I feel like that makes more sense. Kind of creepy. I think the teeth need to be really big. Maybe twice as wide as well. In order to work as pixel art, but diagonal pixel art tends to be really hard to do. Just because your brain doesn't see the lines quite as like easily. It's so creepy. It does look like it could be from Berserk. It looks like a Bailet. Oh, oh, it's kind of gross. Will it have a tongue? I'm not sure yet. It's kind of hard because the teeth, I mean, they're not really oriented correctly yet. So I have to think a little bit about how that's going to work. I think my wife would really like this design. She likes weird stuff like that. It looks kind of like quite an exotic item. Well, the problem is that, like, the angle of the teeth kind of, it's hard to get them right to make them look like teeth, but also be on the thing. Robin, I know what you're saying. Okay, just chill, okay? It's not finished yet. Yeah, I guess we could make it go further down. There are teeth on both sides. Oh, you mean on the other side as well? Like 2 sets of teeth. We'll see. I think it needs to be one set. I think maybe I'm just drawing it from an angle that's a little weird. Also, like, this might need to be like much narrower to get the perspective right. But at the same time, like, what is the direction of the teeth, you know? Maybe this could be just darker. I'm not putting gums on there. And it's not a ring made of teeth. That's the thing. They're not supposed to be white. They're supposed to be carved. Obviously easier said than done for pixel art. I think I'll simplify it down. I'll draw it this way. I think the orientation was too ambitious, and I think I was too graphic with it, maybe. Oh, thanks. That's very nice. How about that? The problem is, I think that it's called gluttony, but it looks more like Jaws than like... Yeah, that's the problem. See, it looks like it's about poison or hurting or something, but it's really about eating. Like, it's about you get more health back when you eat food. So maybe it should just be a little bit less fangy. The bottom half is supposed to be thin. They're not supposed to be, it's not equal. It's like thicker on top than on the bottom. A lot of rings are like that, you know? The way I've designed it, it's supposed to be like this. There's like the thin band underneath, and then there's this face that's like that. And this kind of gets thicker as we go. And then the teeth are here. And then there's like little teeth here. That's what I'm going for. Maybe this needs to be a little bit more obviously thin. Then it sort of loses its ringness. I think that's okay, but maybe we make it taller. I don't know what that'll do. It's kind of fun. What? Like that, maybe. I like it. I think it's almost there. Well, we could go for rule of cool. I actually like it almost exactly as it is. I don't think I'll change it. It's like it's actually such a cool idea for a ring. Like like I could see someone wearing a ring that looks like this IRL. I can't justify giving highlights at the other side. It doesn't seem to work. That'll do. Cool. And then for this version, I mean, if I just shrink it, it's 16 by 16. So let me just do a little. This is for the item. Can be up to 18. Cool. Not bad. I think a little thinner in this version by way of making this higher. And then I didn't really like the way that this wasn't, it was touching the edge. So I'm going to make it asymmetrical. You're going to see it though. You're going to know that it's asymmetrical. How do I fix this? Maybe just taking that and bringing that in. I think you can't tell there. Yeah, that's pretty good. And I might up the contrast on it a little more. I think I want it to be sort of more bronzy looking. So let's do this. Let's go bring all of this up. And then bring this down. Down, 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 down. And the same thing here. Something we're missing a little bit from this. Just maybe just like I don't know, it doesn't seem quite right. I guess it's just this like jaggedness. Yeah. And then also like the way the teeth kind of like, they're a little more bared here in this version. Yeah. And maybe it should be like red or something. Maybe it's just, I got too many things that are brown. So let's instead recolor. So that color, this. Is that too much? It's a bit too bloodthirsty, isn't it? We could go silver. For the teeth, maybe. think it's still pretty cool. And then brighter on top. I think that's pretty sweet. Oh, you take less damage for a short time after eating. Okay. That's fine. I thought it was something slightly different, but that's not a bad effect. I think we need to go a little bit stockier and cuter here. I broke his jaw. Okay. Sweet. The Doom Guy helmet. I don't know about that. Sweet. Now we don't have an effect for it, an effect icon. So we're going to effects. Where are they? I don't think I have it. Crimson Cravat, Health Orb, Mugger's Ring, Ring of Comfort, Thorn Bracer, Reckless Pauldron, Magnet Ring. Okay, we need a new one. So this is Gluttony Ring. And then we need one called Gluttony Effect. Okay. And that also needs a sprite. Not this though. I think it's like HUD effect, status effects, skid effects, hit effects, ensign effects. Status effect icons. Yeah. Gosh, what could be this? Maybe like an apple? I should also show these. I should show these symbols inside of the thing. Inside of when you're inspecting the item, so that you know which one's which. Okay. So defense up. What's the idea here? You take 10 for 10 seconds. Determination effect says on hit confirm, on hurt confirm. Proc, and proc does what? What does proc do? Oh, it does a little spiky thing. Oh, okay. It like twinkles when you do the effect. So, gluttony effect. Okay, so like eat will have a moment when it actually eats the thing. When does it do the effect? Okay. Is there an event for this? Nope. I mean, this sucks, but anyway. Let's just do it here. Whoa, really? Wow, that's crazy that I haven't imported that yet. Okay. So, not sure what do is. Okay. Okay, so this can modify any properties of the hurt box. So if effect active, and effect active is, I see. Yeah, perfect. So bool effect active is that. And then we say public override modify properties, just like that. And then this is using retro. Effect active vulnerabilities get property vulnerability times equals float val. Determination says what? What does this do? It multiplies the thing by itself. That's very confusing. So if it was 0.8, it's 0.8 times 0.8. If it's 0.5, it's 0.5 times 0.5, so it's 0.25. That's not right. Also, like, if we add this property, so what? What's the value? What the hell is going on here? It should be like float effect strength equals 0.5f, right? It should halve damage, or like 0.8 or something, 0.75. So then this should times equal effect strength, right? But nonetheless, this also shouldn't have this else, right? It should just do this. And also, like, what is vuln? Like, it's gonna be 0 at first, right? Properties? What is properties? Oh, I see. Oh, no. I see. We are supplying this outside of this. I see. Yes, in that case, this is the same. Because up here, this has got the vulnerability there. So determination effect has a vulnerability of 0.5, which is, I think, way too much. It should be 0.75. And so should gluttony effect. That should have a, a property that has a vulnerability mod of 0.75. I also think when we go to the effect, right now, you can't actually see whether the effect is like doing its thing. So if I get the gluttony band, if I say spawn item gluttony band, nope, gluttony ring, and then I equip it, that little apple symbol if I eat something, the idea is that it will make me take less damage for a little while. But that's not active right now. That's not like happening. I have to eat something first. So maybe it would be good if there was some kind of indication. Maybe it darkens if it's not active, or has some kind of like continuous like flashing if it is active. So like it did a little thing, but like it's not very obvious that it's working right now, or that it's working for 10 seconds or anything like that. So I think it should darken when it's not active. Also, I noticed when I just ate that 10 item apple, watch this. Why is that underneath that? This image. Well, that should be on top. The animation effect is a sprite that's on UI 11. This HUD is on what? UI 105. Okay, so the sprite needs to be on like UI 200. So when we proc, hey, thanks for the follow. That's better. But now, I want for the gluttony effect. In fact, I want all status effects to have a boolean called active or something like that. I think I prefer that. All right, so now on HUD Status Manager, on Update, yes, very good. Actually, that'll need to compile. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Oh. What's its duration? Ten seconds. What? How? How's that possible? Excuse me? But it's procking. I'm so confused. I'm seeing the flash. Therefore, time at last 8 needs to be updating. How could it possibly not be? That's crazy. Why is it 0? I don't understand. Is this not... This is getting called. I know this is getting called. Debug. .log. There. What the hell? Yeah, you can't. You can't lie to me. You're lying. What is happening? Okay, what's happening is we must be talking about 2 different effects. Because there's this one and there's this one. So what is this disabled one? I think it's the system is not checked correctly. Okay, so that's because ChatGPT did some funkiness here. HUD status manager, this nonsense here. Accessory effect lookup dot get effect. How we do this? Wait, but it was making its color 50%. So somehow this get effect script is doing some funkiness. How does this only have one reference? How is that possible? This is crazy. I keep it pretty... I don't actually prompt Copilot, ever. I just start typing, and it does the tabbing, and I let it... It's about a paragraph at a time. I don't say, hey, build this for me. I just start typing and let it autocomplete. And usually, even if it's like 30% of the time, like I'm ignoring it a lot, but even if it's 30% of the time, I can see that its solution's decent. I'll just go forward and that'll save me 20 seconds of typing. So I keep it. The hit rate's not bad, as long as, like, having a low hit rate is fine if I'm not waiting for it. So this is a mono behavior. And we have this effects by accessory. So these are all the effects. So when I talk about this, it literally is talking about the version that is, yeah, I see. I see. So this is not how this is supposed to work. I'm surprised by effects just has the accessory. Ugh. Oof. Damn it. That sucks. Oh, I keep getting this. This is not what I want. I want to get, hang on a second. The effects in this, these are the actual effects. So there's an object and there's an effect. And the object I'm assuming is the accessory. If I say effects.add, it's the accessory. So, first of all, if what am I looking for? The problem here is that this is an accessory specifically, but it should be an object, not an accessory. And remove effect should also have an object, unless if we want to assume that it's an accessory, then we have to say What's X here? X is effects, which is a status effect. But that's not right. That's not right. So this is all a bit askew for a second. Let me just stop this. Okay. Find the same accessory in Armin.status effects. So if engine.armin.status effects first or default, where, or even like, I mean, for each of these, this is a key value pair of object status effect. But actually, I just want to go through the effect.keys. Okay, if o.getType okay. Yes. Yes, that's what I want to do. But we hit some errors, so let's try again. Nice, it works. It's active. We did it. So again, spawn item, gluttony ring, spawn 10 item apple. Go somewhere where we can fight. Equip the ring. So, from this fire attack, we take that much damage. If we eat, we take only that much damage. I think we can make the hedgehog do more damage. That seemed a little light to me. 20 damage, wow. Let's go 35. Let's go 40. Get it up there. All right. So we should be able to see this. And maybe like, maybe it should be, the effect should be a little more drastic. like 0.66. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so no effect, we take that much damage. With the effect, we only take that much damage. Cool. Cool. And maybe we should just have the icon disappear altogether. Like right now, it's 50% opacity, but I don't know. I'm kind of not sure how it should look. I think that's okay. It's just like, I mean, it's on, but it's not active. Now it's active. I think that's fine up there. I think it's good. It's actually better than Dark Souls, because Dark Souls only shows you the icon if it's active right now, but it doesn't show you the icon if it's not active. Like if you get a stamina boost from, well, most of the things in Dark Souls are like active all the time. Okay. Anyway, adds gluttony ring and updates HUD to show proc more clearly. Sweet. Well, that was on my to finish list for ages. So glad I got that out of the way. Okay. Thank you so much, Spicy Dork. Any other major things on the... No map background when open from journal. Whoa! That's not supposed to happen. Doesn't happen for me. What did you do to create this? I think you missed this one, but maybe that one's not in the game right now. Or is there a feather there? Nope. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Hang on, not these ones. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. There actually is only 6. Yeah, I fixed that. It's okay. It's in the Discord. I'll get to it if I haven't got to it. Unless you're saying, can you like remove it from the thing? Because I did do it, but I didn't get around to taking it off the list. Here you go. No, the thing is, I just see open here, and then I scroll here, and I panic. But I get through them. I don't ignore them. This isn't really like a problem to me, though. This is just like he's just standing in the foreground. I don't know if I see that as an issue. He's just standing on the right side, the left side of the stairs. I admit it's like an older scene, but like, it's not really out of bounds, is it? Like, he's just standing over here in the room. That's okay. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't think it's a problem. I know it doesn't look super great, but it's not like unintentional or anything. Yeah. Age? Like follow age or my actual age? This one I actually think I think it's missing. I can fix that. Oh, the 7th one is here. Oh, but that's not... Wait, no, it's here. Did he just not find that one? Or has that got the same... No, that's feather flag 7. Wait, what am I looking at here? No, he got that one. That's this one. So then what am I looking at? What is 6 then? Six is that. You got that. Okay. 5 is... this. I imagine he's got that one. Yes. 4 is overlook Z side. Don't save. Hey, Spicy Dog. Thank you so much for the sub. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. Great to have your support. How's your day? How you feeling? Thanks again. And I presume he got that one too. Yeah. Okay. 3 is this one. Oh, this one. He's missing it. But you've counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 then, right? Can I try getting them all? I could. A lot of these tools are self-built as well, though. Like this stuff's mine. This is mine. There are a bunch of tiny text issues that could be ticked off and stop the forum being too overwhelming. Yeah, but Swizz, I'm trying to, like, it's not helpful for me to go through the lowest hanging fruit because I can't clear everything in the forum, right? All I can do is prioritize the highest importance things. So if I had infinite time, I would go through the smallest things and make it easy for myself. But because I'm trying to ship soon, just picking through stuff that's not that major won't force me to address the stuff that is major. Like this, for example, if the player can't collect all of the feathers, if that just gets lost in the muck because it's just one of 100 things, then I'm not going to be able to prioritize them. So that's the point, right? Let me see what the others are. So 2 is this one. Okay. And then 1 is which one? Oh, okay. Oh, is there any chest that has 7 then? Yo, Davey, I assuming you're watching the stream. There's no, so right now, like, it's supposed to be like a game, like game long thing, right? So there is no like completion for this quest because it's every feather in the game. There'll be like 60 of them or something like that, 30 something. So right now there's 7. I assume you can get this chest. If you can get these 3 chests, then you're good. If it says 7 out of 7 and you can get that chest and you can light up all of these, Davy Jones, then all good. But if it says 6 out of 7, but you've got all 7, that's a problem. So let me know about that. Wait. Do you have them all? I'm confused. Don't restart. How many do you have that it says? I guess maybe you don't know how many you've got, but you can see them in your inventory. So if you just go to here and then here, you should be able to just grab, you should be able to see the feather. What is this? Assist ring. Oh, that also doesn't have a sprite. Gotta add that too. Put that in the Discord, Davy Jones. Actually, I'll do it right this second. I think it's just that. It's X, it's attack. All right, done. It's possible. The thing is, if this is working, like that's pillow. Oh, hang on a second. No. Feather number 1 doesn't have a place in the game. There must be somewhere where there's 2 of them. Davy Jones, I think you're right. I think I missed one. So hang on. 1 doesn't have 1, but is there anywhere where there's... So 1 doesn't have 1. Three doesn't have 1. What? No, 3 has this. Okay. 4 has 1. 5 has 1. 6 has 1. 7 has 1. So there just isn't 1 that's number 1. Let me count myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. So where do we put the 7th one? The first one is supposed to be right near where he is. The descriptions are all wrong. I might put one in the Athenaeum, do you think? Or maybe outside. Keep them all outside. Could put one here. Or the other opportunity would be here somewhere. From here to there? Nah, it's not that fun. Maybe this one. Maybe it's like I could move this honeypot, the beehive. We could move the beehive to here, maybe. Or just here. And then put the feather up there. And where would it go? Like here? Oh no, I can't reach it. Ugh. Maybe you should be able to attack it. It is a playlist, yeah. But it's not a playlist you can get. Well, you can. Not this exact playlist, but you can get one basically the same. You can get it from gamechops.com. Or just on their YouTube channel. Okay, cool. And maybe the endpoint. We could put the endpoint here. In which case you probably need like 20 seconds. Okay, that's fine. How do I decide where I'll place the food? Mostly just in the middle of levels, just to dress it up. I guess this one doesn't have much in it, so I can add some here. Honestly, my experience playing the game has been that I end up with so much food that it feels a little, I don't know, it feels a little like there's too much. Well, I mean, some of the areas, like, do you mean like this area? Is this one doesn't really have any food in it. This has a fair bunch. This has a lot. This has a lot. There aren't really that many explorable areas in the game. Like, it's really just these, right? So if it's this one, we can add some, that's no problem. Yeah, I mean, the game is not supposed to be like, it's not supposed to be the kind of game where you can turn your brain off. Now, I'm not saying that that's what you're doing, but it's supposed to, because the only way you learn to get better at combat is by getting hurt in combat. You know what I mean? That would be the way I would go about thinking about it. And maybe there are people who just don't have the dexterity, but it is one of those things where, like, if you're getting hurt, like, there needs to be a moment where you have to say, okay, why am I getting hurt? Like, what am I doing that's leading to me? Because it's not a question of reflexes. Like, the game does not ask you to do anything very quickly, right? If I'm coming up against this enemy, right, I don't have to, it's very easy to not get hit. You just stand back here, right? If I attack, He can't hit me. Like, that doesn't require a lot of like player dexterity. The bees, you can attack them without, as long as you don't hit the hive, they won't attack you. So you just have to attack them. The snakes have a limited range, right? They can't hit you. Right? If I stand here, he's never going to hit me. And again, once you start, he can't attack you back. These plants, as long as you're attacking, they won't do anything. They just can't. They can't attack you. So maybe, you know, in situations where you've got two enemies, you know, you could be clever about it. You can step back a little bit. You should be able to parry. Like, I want you to learn that. But again, like, it's not, you don't have to be, what's the word? Like a fighting game player, you know? Like, you can play through it very passively and nothing bad will happen. Yep. Hello. Not too bad. I'm going to wrap up now. You okay? I'm sorry. Oh, I'll come out in a second. We'll sort out dinner. Oh. This guy's supposed to be hard. He's supposed to be crushing. He's not quite right yet. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, like, I'd like to make the game much harder than it is. I think we're at a good balance difficulty-wise. And I do think that there's a lot of food around. I know there are parts where it's a little bit scarce. I hope I've just remedied that with this. Over here, it's supposed to be very scarce. Over here, like, the parts like way off on the edges. It's designed to be that way. There's plenty of food in the crucibles, right? Every single one has food in it. So, yeah. Okie dokie. So what did we just do? We added adds feather for quill for flag 1 missing. Adds more pots throughout game. Yeah, we've been playtesting for the past 2 months, almost. I basically went from the game being way too easy, and then I overtuned it, and then I brought it back. There was a patch, maybe 4 patches ago, like 8.8, I think was very difficult because you had to parry the enemies to not get hit. So like these guys, if they started attacking you, you literally would just get hit. If you hit them, they would hit through that and just hit you anyway. But now you can spam them. It's just that we had feedback from players saying they were looking for more of a challenge. Like there were certain players who finished the demo and were like, they said that it would be a deal breaker for them if the game was this easy, because they were excited by all the possibilities of combat, but the game never actually forced them to use it. So it is a challenge making sure that, you know, players can kind of be tested, which is, I guess, what some of these enemies are for. We added 2 enemies because of that. Yeah, well, hopefully, like, I'm not really the kind of person who likes to make... Look, I don't make difficulty modes in my games, but I also have like accessories that you can get that make the game a lot easier. Let's be clear. Like you can almost third the amount of damage that you take if you have all of the equipment. So like getting hit becomes super trivial. Also, I have in the works like permanent rest spots that you can save all of your health back up to full. There are 2 places where you can increase your max health in the game permanently. The intention is that if you find combat to be a struggle, there are so many ways you can make combat easier by going through other parts of the game and kind of beefing yourself up. It's very easy to do that. But it does require a bit more time. It's just, yeah, if you're the kind of player that likes to do story and explore, the side quests give you an easier time in the combat. That's the idea. Other than that, there'll also be, I'm adding one more feature, which is going to be like every time you rest, there will be permanent. They are technically accessories, but they're consumable accessories that replenish. So there'll be meals that you can top up every time you do like a proper rest. So I think like once all that's in the game, I don't think this conversation is worth having. I think like there's so many things you can do to make the game easier. And like it is an action game. Like unfortunately I can't like, you know, I can't take that stuff away. Not fully. That shouldn't get hit by that. It's not how that works though. Hey, Bahuba. Welcome. Thank you so much. That's better. Also, like, this game has, what's the way to put it? This is like really, it's important to me. This game has action combat that I've put a lot of energy into. And there's going to be a lot of enemies that have a lot of cool designs and interesting attacks. And there's fun to be had in that space. And if I make it so that as a player, you don't have to learn how to interact with that stuff, then you're kind of missing a part of the game that I think is worth your attention. So my goal is not to make the game easier for you by bringing the bar down. My goal is to make you a better player by teaching you and upskilling you. Because the game has a learning curve. If I just keep bringing the curve down, I'll bore people. Instead, I want to be able to teach the player. So that's why things like the Roberto minigame, the ball juggling game, there's all these little mini games that are designed to make it so that you have ways to safely learn the mechanics. And maybe I need more of those. Maybe it needs to be a more common thing. But that's the idea anyway. So it's not like, oh, there should be more food. It's like the game should be better at teaching you how to do combat. That would be the long-term thing that I'm trying to do. All right, I'm going to go. Thank you, pals. You obviously probably should. You also probably shouldn't bring the bar down, you mean? Okay. Who are we raiding? Maybe we raided Sergeant Pepper recently. Let's raid Jitsbo today. Thank you, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. I'll see you all tomorrow. We will do a build, I think. And so, yeah, and then by Monday, we'll try to get the Steam build up, hopefully. We have 37 followers until we hit 50K. It might happen over the weekend, but if it happens on stream, we'll celebrate it. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. If you want to get the game in your hands sooner than later, you can wishlist it. And you'll see when the demo comes out. And that's it. That's all we have time for today. As always, as always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye-bye.